Hello and welcome back to 90 Days of Web Development, where I learn web development in 2026. This is day 9. We are 10% of the way through after today. And we have to do a couple things here. We got to do a quiz on CSS absolute units and relative units. And then we're going to review CSS pseudo classes and elements on Free Code Camp. Then we're going to look at learning React with TypeScript, Chapter 5, using React Server and client components. So we're probably going to get to the server components today and not so much with the client components. That's what I have scheduled. We might do the client components. I'm not sure yet. The next, tomorrow's day is already scheduled out for being client components, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how fast the first half of it goes. So, yeah, let's get started with this since we have quite a lot to do. I'm going to set up the Pomodoro timer there. It's got yesterday's or the last day's session loaded up there. And we're going to get started with this. Actually, before we do that, let's take a look at the notes that we took from day number 8. Pseudo classes are special CSS keywords that allow you to select an element based on a specific state or position. A lot of this is going to be I'm just going to do a quick overview since we're going to go in depth on these in the review later. But we learned how to what pseudo classes are, what pseudo elements are, and how to work with them. Even though we didn't go that deeply into every single one, we got a good idea of how to work with them so that we can look up in the documentation to work with them in the future. And let's see. Oh, I actually used the nth child, I think, was it? The nth child or nth of type or something like that on styling this little table here. So, yeah, the every 10th row here is given a background of blue, so you can see that there. I can easily see at a glance where days 30, 40, 50, 60 line up and what day of the month that is. So we're looking at finishing up day 20 in the middle of June next month, and finishing up 30 at the end of June. July. So these are all tentative dates, but because if I have a break or I do an extra thing in between, then we're going to change that. But yeah, this is the schedule so far, and yeah, we should be finishing up in October. So it's going to be quite a long endeavor, and I am trying to keep in mind that this is just a prototype for future series that I do. So I'm learning as I do this which things I want to feature and how I want to structure this. Yeah. So any feedback at all, if you want to share in the chat, definitely do that. And I would like to hear from you what you're working on in 2026, or what you plan to do over the next 90 days. Maybe you are like a couple many days into a 90-day thing or something similar. There's the hour of code, where you do an hour of code every day, and that's basically like what we're doing here, except we're crunching down that 365 hours into 4-hour chunks of a day, and sometimes it goes to like 5 hours. So then we're probably going to do more than 365 hours when this is all said and done. But that's basically what we're trying to do here, is do like an hour of code type of thing every day. But rather than, I'm just trying to speed up the process a little bit. So, yeah, that's my goal. But I would love to hear what you are working on out there. Could be anything, So let's get started with the quiz that we have for today. Start the timer and get focused. What happened here? Yes, I want to leave the quiz. I don't know what that was all about. All right, so to pass this quiz, we need to correctly answer at least 18 out of the 20 questions. I'm going to share this link in chat if you'd like to follow along and do this quiz with me. You can do so there. What is an absolute unit? So it's a fixed length unit that are not relative to anything else. Number 2, what does 100 VW cover in terms of screen width? That's going to be 100% of the viewport width. And which of the following is a relative unit? A relative unit is EM. That's related to the font size of the current element. If you don't have a font size, a fixed font size set for the current element, then it just inherits from the parent element, the font size from there. And relative elements are generally inheriting the property from the parent. If the root's font size is 20 pixels, what is 1 rem equal to? Oh, okay. Root font size is 20 pixels. The 1 rem is equal to 20 pixels, right? Because the rem is relative to the root element, which is in our cases, it's the HTML element. And I don't know too much more about it, when it might differ from being the HTML element. What can the calc function do in CSS? The calc function can add, subtract, multiply, or divide different units. Which unit is the most commonly used absolute unit in CSS? It's going to be the pixel, which is 1/96th of an inch. Remember that one. In the viewport height, so if the viewport height is 800 pixels, what would 50 VH be? Well, it'd be 400 pixels, because it's half of the viewport height. What does setting an element's width to 100% mean? It means that it takes up the full width of its parent, so the container, right? It takes up 100% of its container width. So it takes up the full width of its parent. What happens with calc 10 pixels plus 20%? Interesting. Okay, wait a minute. I'm not entirely sure what this is. Yeah. We're not multiplying by 20%, I don't think. You're adding on top of that an extra 20% of the parent element. It's saying width here, but I don't think this could be related to any property. It's the properties. So this is closest. It's not just the width, though. This is, as far as I understand, it adds 10 pixels to 20% of the parent's, the property that you're calculating here, right? pretty sure that's what's going on. Which unit is relative? This is a good quiz. So finally, there's like a really good quiz that's like testing our understanding of these things, rather than just remembering definitions and terminology. Which unit is relative to the font size of the root element? That's rem. Trying to understand like font size of the root element. Yes, okay. With a root size of 16 pixels or a root font size, how big is 10 rem? Well, that's 160 pixels. Why might you use point instead of pixels in design? Points are better for responsive layouts. Points are for print design. Prints are easier to manage on screens. Points are scalable. Yes. Pixels are scalable too. You might use point in print design as well. Easier to manage on screens? Well, I mean, pixels are fine, but I mean, they're more responsive, maybe? I think they will be more responsive. Point are for print design. Easier to manage on screens. Points are scalable. See, I'm not sure if that's true, because I think like with get rid of this here. I think with, what am I trying to say? They're scalable because when you increase the point size, I think the boldness might change. I'm not sure. Like the font weight might change as you scale it. So I'm not sure. I am not confident with this one, but I'm gonna say like points are better for responsive layouts. And pixels, even though they're not themselves relative units, I don't know, but you do use it for print design as well. I don't know. Why are rem units preferred over pixels? Scale proportionally with the user's browser settings. That's nice. That's very adhering to the progressive development of the principles that we discussed. Easier to implement in responsive designs. See, that's true too. Are they scaled proportionally with the user's browser settings? So I'm going to change this one. I think this is for print design. They are easier to implement in response. We can get 2 wrong, and I think we're like 50-50 on some of these. On those 2. How much screen space does 80 viewport width? That's 80% of the viewport width. And so which units would you use if you want to make an element occupy a certain width or height by the percentage of the screen? Viewport width or height? This is viewport width, as we've discussed. Rem and M in CSS. EM is not relative to the root element. EM is relative to the font size of the parent element. Rem is relative to the root element. Rem is relative to desktop width. M is relative to mobile width. No. I think the second one is the most accurate here. What is a VH unit? That's the viewport height. It's a unit equal to 1% of the viewport height. What does setting an element's width to auto do in CSS? Allows the browser to determine the width based on the content and the container. I believe that's true. Yeah, pretty sure that's the most accurate one. What's the key advantage of the calc function? It automatically minifies your CSS files for better performance. No. I don't even know what they're trying to say there. I think that's maybe with like Tailwind we looked at, and that wasn't in this free code camp course here, but we discussed that last week with the Learn React with Typescript book. It helps you determine the value of a CSS property dynamically based on different aspects of the application or viewport. That's certainly an advantage of that, yes. Allows embedding JavaScript expressions directly within CSS rules. That's not calc, but I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to remember what this is. JavaScript expressions directly within CSS rules. I don't know if there's a thing that you can do with that. Are you able to do that? I'm not even sure if that's possible. I haven't seen that. That would be cool. Enables the use of variables within CSS without any preprocessor. No, this is gonna be it. I think we're correct here in most of this. And yeah, there we go. We are 100%. Is that what we got? Here we go. No, we did not get 100%. This is, they're not easier to implement in the responsive designs. It was this one because they scale proportionally with the user's browser settings. Yeah. I guess because we're saying that responsive design is responsive to screen, differences in screens and differences in like viewports and stuff. We're not talking about differences in browsers so much. So much as screens. They do scale proportionally with the user's browser settings, which is a key principle in progressive design. So that completes that unit. So we are done with that part. We have tons more to go with that. But we will do a review of the pseudo classes. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste this over to an Obsidian note here, and let's do I want to? No, I'm fine with doing the formatting as they do. Pseudo classes review, we'll just call it that here. Pseudo classes review is what that's called. We update one link, one file. What's happening here? We have this open sandbox thing. I don't think we need to have that on there. Yeah, we don't need this here. What we'll do is we'll just copy what they have here. We'll put that into here with HTML here and the corresponding CSS we'll put with that as well. There we go. Okay. Yep, everything else looks good there. So I'm just saving these for when I do a review. For when I make like quiz content and stuff. Move this to notes for 90-day web development stream quizzes. We'll put that into there. We have that all set there. We have that note saved for later. Okay. So user action pseudo classes. So these are special CSS keywords that allow you to select an element used on based on its specific state or position. So that's pseudo classes. User action pseudo classes are special keywords that allow us to change the appearance of elements based on user interactions, improving the overall user experience. I'm going to zoom in here, just get this a little bit bigger here. The active pseudo class it allows you to select the active state of an element, like when you're clicking on a button. The hover pseudo class defines the hover state of the element. So if I'm hovering over, we can, change the styling of the elements that we're hovering over. Focus is when we're using a text, a keyboard interface, and we're tabbing over, and if we want to set different styling for highlighting what's in focus, the focus pseudo class applies styles when an element's in focus, gains focus, typically through keyboard navigation or when a user clicks into a form input. Focus within pseudo class. This is used to apply styles to an element when it or any of its descendants have focus. Could be very handy there. Input pseudo classes are used to target HTML input elements based on the state they are in before and after user interaction. So enabled, this pseudo class is used to target form buttons or other elements that are currently enabled, and then disabled, correspondingly is the opposite of that when it's disabled. Checked is used for checked boxes, like the user has checked the option. Valid and invalid are on input fields that either meet the validation criteria or do not. In range and out of range were apply styles to elements based on whether their values are within or outside specified range constraints, and I don't think we really looked at those. I don't think we did any examples on that, but that's sounds self-explanatory. Like if it's in a certain range, like with like viewport width or something like that, or if like the viewport width size is greater than 600 pixels or something. Required and optional. So required targets input elements that have required, and the otherwise optional applies to styles that are not required and can be left empty. Autofill applies styles to input fields that the browser automatically fills with saved data. So if you indicate that a password or a user login input can be filled automatically, or if it's an address field or something like that, you can set the autofill for filling to indicate to extensions that either save your passwords or save your address information, and then you can fill that in automatically. Location pseudoclasses are used for styling links and elements that are targeted within the current document, and any link pseudoclass is a combination of the link and visited pseudoclasses. So it matches any anchor element with an href attribute regardless of whether it's visited or not. Link allows you to target all unvisited links of a web page. You can use it to style links differently before the user clicks on them. Local link, don't know why they put this in here, doesn't exist. Maybe in the future it will. The pseudoclass will target the point links that point to the same document, so usually with the hashtag. It can be useful when you want to differentiate internal links from external ones. Visited, this pseudoclass targets a link the user has visited. Target pseudoclass, this pseudoclass is used to apply styles to an element that is the target of a URL fragment. Okay, lots of stuff we covered with this. Tree structural pseudoclasses allow you to target and style elements based on their position within the document tree or the document hierarchy. Root pseudoclass is usually the HTML element. It helps you target the highest level in the document so you can apply a common style to the entire document. Empty pseudoclass, empty elements, that is elements that with no children other than white space are also included in the document tree. That's why there's an empty pseudoclass to target empty elements. And we saw the limits of those. We played around with some of that. Nth child pseudoclass allows you to select elements based on their position within a parent. And the nth last child just counts up from the bottom, in reverse order. First child and last child, so you can select either the first element of a parent element or the last element. And the only child, if it will select only elements that have a single child element, and you're going to select all parents that have only a child of, I think it's that element. So if it's P only child, so if a paragraph element is an only child, then it gets the styling. I'm not entirely sure. That's a gap. We'll figure that out as we go along, I think. First of type, last of type. This pseudoclass selects the last occurrence of a specific element type within its parent, so very similar to the child, but we're just looking for types, element types. And then you have nth of type, which is very similar to the nth child. Only of type, very similar to the only child. Okay, functional pseudoclasses allowed us to select elements based on more complex conditions, so we tried to use some of that on our lab on Tuesday. So it's like hover, focus, and is. So like on is, like if it. All right, so let's take a break actually, and I'll unpack this when I come back. Okay, let's finish up our review. And looking at functional pseudoclasses. So they give us some examples here we can play around with here. So, oh gosh, come on. Didn't mean to click on that, I'm sorry. Yesterday I clicked on donating $5 at Safeway by accident, because like it come up with that like donation thing, and I slipped and hit the bottom instead of hitting no thanks. Oh gosh, oh well. I begrudgingly was generous yesterday, is what I'm trying to say. Functional pseudoclasses allow you to select elements based on more complex conditions. So in the example here, we're selecting paragraphs that are of the class example or this works too. And so if we have the class example or we have the class this works too, then we get the styling. And so if you yeah, I'm curious if we want it to be all, then if you take that out, then we're looking for if your example, if you are of the class example and this works too. Yeah, I forget how you like combine those. So the where pseudoclass takes a list of selectors and selects an element that matches one of the selectors in the list. So the difference is in where the difference between is and where is that the latter will have a specificity of 0. Right, so it doesn't change the specificity rule. So if we go back up to here, oh, I forget how to calculate this. We went over this. Let's look up the specificity. Again, I should know how to do this. Class selector will have specificity 0010. So we're giving the specificity. Yeah, so this is going to have specificity of the element name with the class. So I think it's going to be 0011. And then this doesn't add extra, so the specificity of this doesn't change anything. So yeah, in this case, because we don't have anything preceding where, it's going to have specificity of 0. Okay. So that's to say that's easily overridden. Right? Because if then you where H1, H2, H3, if you have a selector that's H on the H1, then we're not overriding. This doesn't override that. The H1 overrides what this would be then. I think. That's how I'm reading it. Let me know if I'm wrong. Where H1, H2, H3 has pseudoclass. This pseudoclass is often dubbed the parent selector because it allows you to style elements that contain child elements specified in the selector list. Article has H2. Right. It has that. Yes, so it's not the so if an article has an element, so I wonder if you have if you instead of putting an element here, if you put a class here, what happens then? Probably if the article has any element that that has that class, has any child that has that class, then it applies that. If this is to be read literally, that the pseudo class is often dubbed the parent selector because it allows you to style elements that contain child elements. Okay. Not is used to select items that do not match the provided selector. So anything that's not an example gets colored blue. So we could do that here. So if we do anything that's not an example, and then so this should override what we have already. Yeah, so it does override that. Now, if I did, let me see, because if we did where, we have this here. Let's see. Let's put this here. Let's do some styling here. Where, where P color blue, and then it gets overridden by this here. But if we were to just, yeah, the order doesn't change that. But, right, they're gonna have different specificities, so this is more specific. The top one's more specific than the bottom one. P not article has H2. So let me try, if we look at, oh gosh, okay. Let's try body has an element that's example, and we're gonna try doing a background color of light orange or something like that. Light orange, is that something? How about light green or something? There we go. So that does work. So the body does have child elements that take example. If it has this works too, then that works as well. If we have just like not in the HTML, then it's not going to work, right? If it does have paragraph elements, we can change the background. If it has, I think that's the only things we can select because there's nothing else really. It's not very complex of HTML. Okay, so solidifying my understanding a little bit better with that, with playing around with that. Pseudo elements were like before and after first letter and marker. So before uses the content property to insert cosmetic content like icons just before the element, and then you can do the same thing with after. You put it after the element, and you can style the first letter of some text with the first letter pseudo element. It's the first letter of the element's content, and the marker allows you to select the marker like a bulleting or numbering of list items. And so there we go. There we go. There we go. We are done with that review. Okay, we can get started with today's topic, which is React server components. So very new to me stuff. Some very new to me stuff. We can take a look at what we did last time, which was last week, last Friday. We finished off using Tailwind CSS, using SVGs and other styling approaches. Did some questions and answers from there. Yeah, we were styling with plain CSS. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my little trusty terminal here, and we're going to get our web server set up here. CD into my current project. And let's CD into... No, we're going to do Codium first here. And then we'll run the server there. So from here, what I can do is I can do WSL. I can get into WSL. And then I want to CD into React. Before I do that WSL, I might want to do something else, but that's okay. So we're in here, and we're in our React. Alert was where we left off, but we're going to be starting a new thing, I think. So what I'm going to do is back out of this one. Okay, so we are here. So I can CD into React. TS. And what I want to do is I want to connect to this container that I have. So it's podman run. Remove. And we're going to go right into app from there, from our workspace. Using Node, we're going to pull the latest version of Node into our container. Run route is pointing to a path that's not available. We need to start our podman. VM does not exist. Let me exit out first. There we go. For some reason, it wasn't working there. I could like WSL into my thing there. Now I'm in Kevin Yoga. Okay, so now I'm in that shell for that. So Kevin Yoga home. Okay. Exit I want, right? 90 days web dev. CD into React TS. Now I can run my container. Okay, so now I'm in my container. We have these two folders, which we built some React projects with Vite in there, and played around with some stuff. So we're gonna be doing that. So we have that set up. I can have Bash here. I don't know why. Like, I gotta get rid of the virtual environment that I have for that. It automatically comes up in this folder, so I gotta figure out how to change that there. Okay. Yes. So here I am. So I'm gonna go into Learn React with TypeScript. We'll just open it up. It's gonna open up to the side. I want to put it at the bottom here. I want to do this at the bottom. Get most of this into the screen here. And take a look here. We want to put this at like 170, 180. Okay. All right, so we're going to understand SPAs, which I don't even know what that means. And we're going to understand server components, and we're going to create server components. And then we're going to explore client components, I think, tomorrow, and composing server and client components together, I guess. That's what we'll do. So let's get started with this. And before I do that, let me look back at the questions that we had before. Why could the following use of plain CSS be problematic, right, with the class name wrapper? Well, right, because the class well, it might not exist, like the wrapper. Okay, so it was that it wasn't specific enough of a it wasn't referencing the component that we're styling, right? So can be overridden. styles that we want can be overridden. Component styled using CSS as module as follows. The styles aren't being applied for several reasons. Well, one, there's a typo there. Should be styles.wrap. Another thing was that what was the problem? What was the other problem? What was the other problem with this? I don't remember. I don't know. Okay, so using Tailwind, currently styled as follows. So you set a background to blue, text white, and all this. Yeah, so Tailwind kind of has like the shorthand for styling the thing the property and then the value. It's kind of like property hyphen value. Although it's like background blue and then there's 500 is something I forget. PY was the paragraph, I think. Wait, no, P was, it's in the X and the Y. Padding. It was padding. Padding in the Y is 2, padding in the X is 4. So it's very common things that you do. Just shorthand so that you can make things go a little bit faster. Make the development a little quicker. Logos SVG is referenced as follow. Logo SVG function some component return div logo there. Okay. So what was the problem with this? The logo, import logo from SVG. You can't just import as a component. Right, I forget what else you had to do. There's something else you needed to do. A button, and you can use color property to determine its color in style as follows. And the color doesn't work. What's the problem? I don't remember. Yeah, this is it. The wrapper CSS class could clash with other classes. To reduce the risk, the class name should be manually scoped to the component. The wrong class name is referenced in the component. It should be wrap rather than wrapper. Style can be adjusted as follows to include the hover style. Just cover hover background there. So it's like a pseudo class, then a colon, and then that. So it's kind of backwards with what you're selecting. Although I guess that kind of makes sense though, because you usually select the element and then the element here in this case is the button. You're just omitting the button colon hover and then just putting a colon in between there. So whatever, that's just the syntax of Tailwind. The logo instance will hold the path to the SVG rather than a component. The import statement can be adjusted as follows to import a React component if the Vite plugin SVGR plugin is used. Okay. So this color class syntax is problematic as this can only be resolved at runtime because of the color variable. The used Tailwind classes are determined at build time. and added to the bundle, meaning the relevant background color classes won't be bundled. So that means that the background color style won't be applied to the button. Okay, yep, that's good to remember. It's been a minute, been a week since we looked at this. So, kind of information that has exited my brain. It hasn't been stored long term. The used Tailwind classes are determined at build time, and then this is executed at runtime. Okay. Alrighty, so the chapter 5, using React Server and components. And in this chapter, we're going to learn all about React Server and client components. We'll start by understanding the problem that server components aim to solve before exploring their capabilities and when to use them. Additionally, we will learn how to nest them inside each other to create a performant app with the capabilities we need. We'll also start with a React-based app framework called Next.js and gain hands-on experience with creating both server and client components. We'll cover the following topics: understanding SPAs, understanding server components, creating server components, exploring client components, composing server and client components. The technical requirements will be a browser such as Google Chrome. We use LibreWolf. It's a Firefox without telemetry. So LIBRE Wolf is what we're using. Node.js and NPM. I should add add tech alternatives to my description here so that answers some questions. Node.js and NPM, we install them from nodejs.org and there, okay. That just comes automatically from the Podman container that we're using. We're using a node image and creating a container using the node image, which has NPM installed automatically, I think, or we already installed it. Visual Studio Code, we use VS Codium. You'll see that right here, VS Codium. All the code snippets used in the chapter can be found at this URL. I'll actually share this in the chat. Hopefully they're available from GitHub. Yes, they are. There they are. That's open source. Isn't that beautiful? Okay. And before diving into server components, let's understand the problems they aim to solve, all of which stem from single-page applications. That's what an SPA is. What is an SPA? Single-page application. We just learned something. Look at that. You're learning already. The SPA problem occurs when the first page is loaded. The following diagram visualizes the steps to load the first page. Can I copy this image here? Open this image up in a different thing? Okay, interesting. So you have the server, this kind of stylized thing. We'll go over this document or this diagram when I come back from a little break. see. So in this diagram, we have this little, let's see, this isn't going to work very well. Okay. All right, so on this top layer here, we have server, and then on this bottom layer, we have the client. So we're like showing a diagram of like how a server talks with the client here. HTML is, so from left to right here, this is the conversation. User will request the page. Then it goes up to the server where the HTML is served back to the client. The JavaScript and the CSS is requested, which goes back to the server. That request goes to the server, and the server serves JavaScript and CSS. The client parses the JavaScript, right? Okay, and then that's closes the loop on that part. Now, React components get rendered on the client side. And then a database query is made, and then the database responds with React components being re-rendered. Okay, interesting. Okay. So here's a description of the steps here, is what they're saying here. Process starts with the user requesting a page from the server and an HTML page being downloaded. A typical SPA loads an HTML page with very little content other than the references to JavaScript and CSS files. So usually the HTML won't contain any meaningful content to the user. And the JavaScript and CSS referenced in the HTML are requested and downloaded from the server. The JavaScript contains code to render the app because the elements are rendered on the client. In a React app, this JavaScript will contain both React and the app, meaning there may be a lot of JavaScript. The CSS contains styles for the rendered elements. Once the JavaScript has been downloaded, it's parsed and executed, which results in the component tree being rendered in a React app. So is this happening at the same time, or wait a minute? So the JavaScript will contain both React and the app, okay, and then it says, okay, so we have React components to handle. Okay. So the rendering process is often referred to as client-side rendering, or CSR, in a single-page application. Generally, an app will fetch some data from a database to display on the first page. So after the initial rendering in a React app, a data fetching process will occur, followed by component re-rendering to display the data on the page. Okay. And so the main problem with single-page applications is that a lot happens before the user sees meaningful content on the page. Typically, at least 3 network requests. This inefficient process is a potential performance problem. If any of the steps take a long time, the problem can be significant. For example, downloading, parsing, and executing a large amount of JavaScript can be problematic. Slow loading performance not only frustrates users, but can impact SEO. It's worth noting that bundlers such as Vite can split the app into separate bundles to mitigate the first load performance problem. Bundles are loaded on demand as the user interacts with the app. However, this solution can cause a knock-on problem, sluggish user interactions as the bundles are lazily loaded. But the benefits of an SPA, well, it seems simple. It's a simple thing. Everything's self-contained into the one thing, so it seems pretty decent. So before we cover React Server components, it's important to understand that SPAs aren't all bad. It's been a popular architecture for well over a decade, and they still offer significant benefits today. In fact, the apps we've built so far in this book are SPAs. Here are some of the good parts of SPAs. We're single-page applications. Once the initial JavaScript is loaded and executed, single-page applications are fast. User interface elements are updated on the client, and any data fetching happens without a full page reload. In addition, page navigation happens on the client without a server request. Okay, and so it's generally fast once it's loaded. And it scales well because the server doesn't load. The server load doesn't contain any HTML or JavaScript processing. That work is distributed to each client. Front-end, back-end separation is easy, meaning the back-end can be a technology other than JavaScript. Hosting an SPA is simple and cheap because it's just a set of static resources. A content delivery network can be used, enabling global delivery and potentially reducing costs further because of the reduced server requests and reduced bandwidth usage. So it's time to learn about React Server components and how they address the single-page application problem. Okay. Server components. So in this section, we'll learn what React Server components are and their benefits. Okay, gotta remember that acronym, that initial, the initialism there. React Server components were first introduced in the experimental React 18 version and fully released in React 19. React components before this version were all client components. Okay. The React components we have built so far in this book aren't RSCs, instead they are client components. We'll dive deeper into how client components can work alongside React Server components later in this chapter. So here's an example of a React Server component. You're going to export this async function named person that takes an object that's destructured here with the ID and then the ID as a string. Okay. And execute this code block here. We're gonna wait for the DB, the database, to finish this query where we select a name and notes column from people, where the people ID is equal to the ID, right? So locating this person in the database. And if the result is 0, if we don't get a response back, right, then return null, then constant person. Otherwise, we're gonna process this as the first object in the list that comes back from a result, returning the main, and we're going to return some HTML here with a main section, a header that holds the name of the person, and then the paragraph that has the notes for the person. At first glance, a React server component looks like a regular React component similar to what we have already been building, but note the following in particular. The component is a function that takes in props, in this case ID. The component returns JSX. However, there are some obvious differences. The function is asynchronous. Client components can only be synchronous. RSCs can be asynchronous or asynchronous. The function is accessing a database on the server. Client components can't access server resources directly. Okay. The function's accessing a database, and the client components can't access server resources. I think that's something with like cross origin or something. Here are some other key points about RSCs that aren't apparent from the preceding code snippet. So they run exclusively on the server, so they don't get sent to the client. They don't re-render. They are run once on the server to generate the UI, which is then downloaded to the client. They can't be very interactive. React state effects and events aren't allowed. However, HTML native interactivity such as basic forms can be used. Interactions that require JavaScript can't be used. The JavaScript bundle doesn't include the component's JavaScript code, which is executed in the rendering process. Only the result of the server component function call is downloaded to the client, which is the generated user interface. And so React server components have taken a couple of years to be fully released and available after being introduced in an experimental version. This is because they require pieces outside of React, such as a bundler and a web server that supports React server components. This brings us to an architectural requirement for React server components. A web server capable of executing an RSC is required, so non-JavaScript-based servers will require an additional server for RSCs. In addition, even if the server is JavaScript-based, the web framework that's used needs to support RSCs, and not many do at the time of writing this book. So now that we have started to understand what RSCs are next, we'll cover their benefits in depth here. Okay, so let me read off this here. That's not what I wanted to do. This is what I want to do. Sorry there. Oh my God, I gotta get a handle on this. Okay, I gotta zoom in on this. I'm gonna zoom in right here. Okay, so I'm gonna describe the steps here as best as I can. So the process starts with the user requesting a page from the server. The server runs the RSC, executing any database queries. The processed HTML page is then downloaded, and the HTML will probably contain meaningful content for the user, unlike an SPA. And so the JavaScript and CSS referenced in the HTML are requested and downloaded from the server. The amount of JavaScript will generally be less than what you'd receive from a single page application because some of it will already have been executed and not needed on the client. The JavaScript will contain client components, something we'll cover later in the chapter. Once the JavaScript has been downloaded, it is parsed and executed, which results in client components being hydrated. We'll cover hydration later in the chapter, but it's important to note that it's less work than fully rendering the components. Okay. So understanding the benefits of server components, RSCs offer significant benefits. Here are some valuable tasks an RSC can do. They can fetch data directly from a database, and call another web service that requires secret credentials, and check whether a user is authorized to access a server resource. You can convert Markdown content into HTML without having to download the converter code to the browser. Okay, fetch data, call another web service that requires secret credentials, check a authorization, and convert Markdown. Okay, so broadly speaking, there are three categories of benefits. First is performance. Performance is positively impacted in the following ways. The amount of JavaScript that's downloaded to the browser is reduced. The amount of network calls from the browser is reduced when the app loads. Component rendering is reduced when the app loads. And then there's also developer productivity, and always been able to write server code to query databases and perform user authorization checks. However, RSCs allow you to do this using the React paradigm. RSCs allow front-end and back-end code to be co-located, as well as strong typing to be available across the network boundary. RSCs reduce the React state that is needed in an app because it's not needed for server data. This data is just rendered directly on the server. State is one of the most complex aspects of React, so reducing the state reduces complexity. Since server components never run on the client, they can be safely contain sensitive logic such as conditional access rules or API keys. So this concludes the section on understanding RSCs, and to recap, RSCs run exclusively on the server and can be asynchronous, unlike client components. They can fetch data directly from databases and interact with server resources, but can't perform JavaScript user interactions. RSCs offer good performance, productivity, and security benefits compared to client components. Okay, I think I missed taking some notes here, so I'm going to try to backtrack here and add a few things here. So we want to add, how did I do this? Right, okay, I see. That one, chapter 5. Put some stuff into there, and let's close this one up. There we go. And we'll just close this. Okay. All right. So section recaps and clips here. It's just like this anyway. There we go. That's better. Okay. I'm gonna go back and take a couple clips of this here. Wait. That does work. Is that alright? I think it's alright. I think I like that. It's fine. Okay, and then I'll get this one too. So what we want is not quote call out. What we want is a quote with a page, and then this one. Okay. And the loading steps here. There we go. So more work is done on the database on the server side than here. It looks like there's like only 2 network requests, whereas there's 3 here. Okay. Fun. And then I'll just take a note on this here. Take a note here. We're going to auto copy and we're going to auto paste here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Why is that doing that? It's not what I want. That's not what I want. Quote page. Okay. What? Why is this doing this? What is happening? What is happening? I don't want this to do this. If I turn that on, then it does that. Okay, but that's not what I'm trying to do. That's not what I want. That's not what I want, dude. What is happening? That's not what I want to happen. That's not what I want to have happen. Why is this doing this like this? Quote and then title page. Alright, we're going to take a quick break and I'm going to figure this stuff out. Okay, I'm just working on a little something here real quick. I just want to hide this pomodoro timer for a second. So if I'm up in this region, let's do it as 565, I think, 525. 525 up in that region. And I just want to hide. I think it's hotkey, actually, right? Hotkey. And front end, and then it's going to be hide on downstream enable. Wait, where is it? Pulse, it's the DSK Pomodoro. Right on DSK Pomodoro. Okay, but then else we want to show on Pomodoro. So let me see. How does that work? Wait, how does this work? Show on. How does the other one work again? There's something else. Disable hide on, and then I want like show enable on there. So where's the show thing? Oh, maybe it's a different thing. Let me see something. Source, like show on overlay. Oh, here it is. Okay, show on DSK Pomodoro. That's what we want. Okay, I think that's it. I think this will do it. Okay, there it goes, and it hides, and then it comes back. It hides and then comes back. Okay. That's what we'll do. We'll do it like that when I'm up in that region. We'll just hide the Pomodoro. Okay. Okay, we're going to get started on creating React server components. So in this section, we're going to create a new project. In Next.js, it's a popular React-based framework that supports server components. Then we'll create some RSCs and cement our understanding of them. And then so we're going to first create the project. So Next.js is a mature framework that is an early adopter of RSC. So I'm going to go over to my container here, and I'm going to run npx. So let's make sure that we're still in that same thing. Let's go and clear this, and then yeah. So now we're at the top here. npx create next app at latest app. TS, we're going to use a Typescript, I think is what that's saying. We're going to use Tailwind. We're going to use ESLint. We're going to have app I don't know what any of this stuff is meaning. We're there with app and then source directory. Import alias. Oh, whatever that means. And then turbo pack. What does that mean? Let's see what this is. Okay, so create next app is the tool that creates the project. This probably takes a minute, right? So let's run this, and then see what happens here. I'm gonna make sure that I got this right. TS Tailwind ESLint app source directory import alias and turbo pack here. Okay. Oh, that doesn't quite work. I need to change the zoom. I wish I could change the zoom on this. Maybe there is a way to do that. So we're gonna create the next app, and then we're gonna run that. So here's an example, an explanation of the command. So the tool that creates the project is create next app, and app is the app's name. I don't think we've given it one. Doesn't look like we've given it one. Oh, so the name is app. That's what this is. App is the app's name. Okay. The TS option allows you to configure the project so that it can use Typescript. And Tailwind is an option that configures the project so it can use Tailwind styling. ESLint configures ESLint for linting. Dash app is an option that configures the project so that it uses the latest router variant, which is called the app router. I don't know what that means. An option that configures whether the source code is in a source folder. Okay, we've been using source directories, yeah. And then import alias is an option that configures import aliases, path aliases. We have set this to a default @/ there. Then we run turbo pack. It's an option that specifies whether turbo pack should be used for development, and the command also installs the project dependencies, something that will take a few seconds. More information on creating a Next.js app can be found at https://nextjs.org docs app API reference create next app. So let's paste that in the in here. And while this is running, we'll take a look at this. We'll take a look at this one here. So create next app allows you to create a Next.js application using the default template or an example. And these are all those options here. And we're initializing inside an src folder. Disable Git. Well, we want Git on this, right? And they pnmp. Create next app. We're using npx. For some reason. I don't know why. So it's going to take a while to install these dependencies here. We're using the template app TW, which I think stands for Tailwind. Installing dependencies Next, React, and React DOM. Installing dev dependencies Tailwind, CSS, Post CSS. Types for Node, types for React, types for React DOM. That's for Typescript. That's telling us, going to help us with the linting, and going to help our language server to point out where we have syntax errors and where referencing what the requirements are for certain types. ESLint, ESLint config next, Tailwind CSS, and TypeScript. So is this a post processor? Is that what this is for CSS? I don't even know what these things are. Pre and post processors. That's something I haven't learned yet. And hopefully I will over these next 90 days, these next 80 days, because we're almost 10% done. We're almost there after this week. What was TurboPack again? TurboPack is generated, okay. Okay. So this is taking a while. I wonder what I can do in the meantime here. This is running on my local computer. I should probably send this to a different machine. I need to get more machines so I can like run them as servers. And then I can like SSH into them and then run different things on them. Use all that computational power. And free this machine up for just streaming, you know? That would be nice. Sure would. Nice. Would be nice. Okay, well, let's take a look at... we can take a look inside of our folder here and see what we have. We have a thing called app, and it's created all this stuff already. Post CSS config. There's a README. Maybe we can take a look at the README. It's a Next.js project bootstrapped with create next app. First run the development server, npm run dev, yarn dev, pnpm dev, run dev. Okay, with your browser, you see the result. Here you can start adding a new page. Auto updates as you edit the file. So we're going to be using localhost 3000. Okay. I think we might need to set that up. Since we're inside of the container, we need to set up something so that we can put that outside. Wasn't TS... what was it? In alert. Oh boy. Vite config. It was in the Vite config. So next config is probably the corresponding thing. So let's see if there's something we can do with pattern matching here. So there is something different that I have to set up here. They're doing, this is an object here, and the object was plugins, React Tailwind, server here is what we were doing. Use polling true. I'm not sure if that's what we need to add, but we'll see. We can even just play around with it and see if that would help. But we do need to make this available outside of the container so that I can run my browser from outside the container. Okay. It's taken a while. Let's look ahead here. The steps we're going to take. We're going to take a look at this stuff. We are on here. And actually, what I should do is to create a new branch on I don't know what you call it. That's what I should do. Take a look at our Git status. We're on there. I didn't add anything on day 8. What did I add on Monday? I must have added something on Monday. It was 5, 6, and 7. So we're going to create a new branch. And we're going to call it day 9. And we have untracked files that haven't been added yet. We'll add them to this. We can take a look at the Git log here. Finish day 7. We did media query syntax from responsive web development and removed auto quotes from HTML and IntelliSense. Add a JPG to git ignore. Chapter 2. Previous thing. And then day 6. Okay, so adding SVGs using Tailwind. Okay. Still taking a while. Oh, wow. Okay. So, what are we doing? Let's see, what else can we look at here while that runs. Understanding client components. We might be able to get to client components today. I wonder if we will. Seems like a big topic. Wonder if what we've been using have been client components. Uh-oh. Computer's locking up. My mouse has died. Wait, do I need a new battery? Might need a new battery. Might be that time. Who knows? I need a new battery. Really? It has been a minute. Yeah, I think I need a new battery. Oh, we're finished with that, not there. I'm gonna go grab a battery real quick and restart this thing. Okay, there we go. This is the battery. So we are done here. There's 2 moderate severity vulnerabilities. Okay. Run npm audit. What happens there? What happens if I do that? Command requires an existing lock file. Oh boy. Okay. I don't know what any of that means. I don't know. There's a new minor version of NPM available. We're running 11.9 and there's 11.15. Fine. We're fine on this older one. I don't care. Let's see. Where are we? Yeah, I think this is going to be a lot. I think it's going to be a lot today. But we'll see. We'll see how far we get on this. All right, so we're in the app, right? want to cd into this app, and then we're gonna open up code in there. I don't really need to do it like that. I don't care. I'm already here, so I'm gonna cd into the app here, cd into React.ts, cd into app, and we're there. That's fine. Get status. We're going to get add. This one, oh, because we created it from the other thing. That's fine though. I think it only does it on the first thing. So we're gonna commit the project, create project, and that is yeah, chapter 5, and we're on page, and this is learn TypeScript with React, chapter 5, page 153. This isn't exactly a yeah. These aren't like standard commit messages. This is just to keep progress with the book here. So I think what they want us to do here is to run this. Yeah. So feel free to add automatic code formatting for this project. I did not mean to do that. Where did this go? Didn't mean to automatically send that. It's there. Okay, so there we go. So prettier from here. I wonder if I can just copy this and then paste it into the other one. There we go. Hopefully that works. Who knows? There are some other settings I think I need to use. So if I run npm run dev, oops, because I'm not in the container here, I want to npm run dev. Cool. It's not going to be available to me outside, I don't think. I think I'm going to have to gonna have to set this up. So localhost and then the net. Oh, maybe it is. Let me see. Because it is running on that. I think maybe because I don't have it open. Maybe it is running. No, I don't think it is. We're gonna take a quick break. Okay, so I was just looking at how to Dockerize this thing here. Where's my camera? There I am. It's weird. Shouldn't have happened like that. There we go. Okay, configure the Docker file. So the ports, we need to expose the ports, don't we? Oh, I think I know why. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to exit out of here. And before we were running 5173. Actually, let me see something. Let's CD back up to alert. And do npm run dev here. And I think we were using 5173 for that port, so we just need to open up a different port. Yes, it is there, 5173, and it is there. So exit out of that. What I'm going to do is we're going to exit out of the container, and we're going to run this again, except we're going to add another port. Can you do a port list? Do a list of ports. Mapping ports in Docker. I don't remember how to do this. It's the same in Podman. That just shows how to do this. So then inspecting ports. Where's ports? Ports. Port. Docker port. Container show mapped ports a container. Can you add a port? Can you add a port? Port. Publish. Publish is what it is. Okay, can I do... multiples? Multiple ports. Well, okay, so in their example, they're just saying doing it that way anyway. I thought there was a nicer way to do this. Okay, it is just that, right? Yeah, it is just that. Okay, so we'll do it like that anyway. So we're gonna add another port. We're gonna publish 3000. And oh, come on, really? What's going on here? Stop it. Stop it. Okay, that should do it. And then cd into app. And then we're in here. Now if I run npm, let's clear and npm run dev, and I'll see if this works. Next dev, we'll see if it works. They said putting standalone. I don't know what that means. I'm just like a monkey copying and pasting here. How do you put this in? So output standalone container, make it easier to run in a container, update the next, add this standalone. Generate a self-contained build, making deployment simpler with fewer dependencies. We already built the project, didn't we? Configure the Docker file, compose the YAML. I mean, we don't need this one, right? Node env. Compose up. I don't... Okay. It doesn't seem... I don't know if this is working right. So 3,000 exposed, but... No, it's not working. It would have connected already. What do I need to do to expose it? Oh, it says it's still compiling though. What does that mean? What's up, FN? Does that mean it received a request? Oh, there it is. Okay. We'll just use the local host. Okay. Allow dev origins there, module exports. That's it. You just gotta take a minute to wait there. I don't know if this standalone thing helped or not. I don't know if we needed that or not. Okay, I don't know if we needed that or not. I'm gonna add a stream marker so that I remember that, like, this, you know, this part, we need to have that thing there. Next.js, nextconfig.ts, we'll add that. Do I want to add this? Not quite yet. What has changed? Prettier RC and the other thing. Okay. Okay, well, let's finish up these steps here and then we'll commit again after. We're gonna go to the layout and we'll close the left sidebar there and we'll open up layout. TSX in the SRC app folder. This is the root React component, and it renders all paths of the app. We'll add the following highlighted line before the return statement. Okay. Before the return. What is all this? There's a ghost? There's a ghost without serifs, and then there's a mono ghost, a monospaced ghost. Interesting. Metadata. Okay. Are these components? What are these things? These are all components, or what is this? What are we doing? What's going on? Right before the return statement in the root layout, we're going to add a console log call. And it's going to say, am I on the server or client? Save that. Does that get done there? So automatic rebuild and everything. So we're going to open up the browser console. Let's full screen this, or let's put this over here, and then we'll open up DevTools right here. And inspector console. We're in the console. Here we go. What happens if we refresh? Page refresh. HMR. Nothing happened. So open the browser console, and the browser, you will see the message. Oh, there's warnings. How about info? There's no info. Logs. Am I on the server or the client? Alongside a server badge. So I don't see that. What if I don't see that? What about on here? So there is some issues here, I think, going on. Vercel SVG is either width or height modified, but not the other. If you use CSS to change the size of your image. Styles with auto or height, same aspect ratio. Okay, whatever. Blocked cross origin request. Default by safety. Compiling. Okay. Yeah. What are we doing wrong here? I am in the right thing, right? I'm in the right file. 90 days, React's app source, app TSX, and then in the root layout, right before the return statement, we're running this. Did we not set something else? Console log. Am I on the server or client? That looks right. Gosh, okay. If I go back here, localhost. Does that work then? It's saying browser, but there's no server call. No server badge. Is it me? Am I doing something wrong? Right, why is that? Why is it not working? Yeah, I don't see that though. Does it have to do with standalone? Is that why? Is the standalone thing the problem? Let's try it without standalone. Let's try it without standalone. We'll just comment out that that line there. Next config .ts. Standalone. Then let's run this again. npm run dev. The other way. Okay, there we go. Let's see if that works. Let's see. Server patch. So it's ready. We can reload and then it should say something there. Okay. Should start compiling. There we go. Am I on the server or client? So now it's doing it. We do see that from here, but it doesn't say server. It doesn't say from server, right? Does it? Or does it say in the dev tools? There it is. Okay, so there it is. Is it because like I restarted or something? Okay, whatever. I think maybe that standalone thing is kind of confusing. Who's to say? We'll see if we update this. Now on page .tsx. Lots of stuff here in the bottom of this. Or function return home. We're gonna put a console log statement. Is home on the server or client? So we saved it, but fast refresh. Go to the component panel. Am I in the server or client? See, it doesn't do that. I think there's something. Yeah, it's not the standalone. It's not standalone. I think there's something I need to set for using polling. Next.js. Polling in Docker container. It's not working. Like the polling's not working. It's broken. Watch pack polling inside a Docker container. Watch pack polling equals true in your Docker setup. Environment host name is 00. Is this what it is? Is it's watch pack polling and then that? How do you set environment variables? Dash E, is that what it is? Dash E, okay, that's what it is. Dash E. I'm imagining that that's what it is here. We can also change the host name. So there's a couple other things I can do. I'm gonna exit out of this container and run the container again with some other settings. I just don't understand why you can't do that within there. Watch pack polling. Okay. Watch pack polling. Okay, so we're gonna add polling as well. So we're gonna set up outside of the ports, we've got the volume, so we're gonna say environment variable watch pack polling equals true. And for the shits and giggles, we're gonna add a host name as that as well. And I'll actually, oops, copy and paste this whole thing. And paste it here. Hot module replacement is what we want. Auto reload in browser. That's what we want. Watch pack polling. Chokidar as well. Chokidar dar. Chokidar dar dar. NPM run a diff. See, yeah, I don't think we're gonna get to client components. We're just gonna be messing around with server shit here. If we can ever get the Docker container to work properly, that would be great. That would be just great. Now we're going to take a break while this gets going. Lunchtime already, so yeah, we'll be back in a few. trying to figure this stuff out. Hopefully this will work. Am I there on the client there? So it didn't do that whole compiling step, which is interesting. I wonder what that means. So does HMR work? We'll see. Does HMR work? No, it does not. No, it does not. Okay, I can't figure this out. I can't figure it out. I don't understand it. I do not understand this. Don't understand this problem. Okay. Okay. Do our ports. So that's where we're at here. How do we get this to work? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand. Do we have to have a Next.js image? Is there something else we're missing? Podman, node container, Next.js, HMR, hot module replacement is what we want. Somehow it's not working. We've tried a whole bunch of this stuff. This isn't working. Home source, what is this? If it's sitting on one of your Windows volumes, you can work around this by moving the entire app to one of your WSL volumes. Make it a subdirectory of /home or whatever. Yeah. That's infuriating. Yeah, you have to go inside of WSL. I don't think this is the problem. Oh my gosh. Your routes case matches the case of the folder. What do you mean by that? Component name should be dashboard. Well, that's a given, is it not? This is exporting the default function home, but then there's not exporting. Export default next fake. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna check out the next.config.ts and restore it back to the that the original, because nothing changed. It's nothing is really changing. Oh my gosh, this is a pain in the ass. Conflict between dependencies, fix force. Christ, okay. All right. Oh wait, found a change, restarting the server to apply the changes. So it found a change in that, but it didn't find a change in the modules. Not finding a change in the modules. Not finding a change in the modules. Is that why? So because we changed it here, so it's detecting changes in these files, not detecting changes in source app. Okay, is there a way to tell it to change to detect those changes? Because it is working. Clearly it's working. Polling does work. It's just not finding the right file. They said npm audit watch. I wonder if that'll work. Yeah, I don't. Nobody upvoted that one. How to use this with your node. Yeah, setting up an Express.js, that's not what we really want to do. We want the Next.js thing handling there. This is a different thing. This is Express. Okay, Next.js. Works well with Podman. Create a container file. Okay, so we have the app directory, package JSON, npm install, expose 3000. Commands are npx next dev webpack. Next.js dev server with hot reload. Run with webpack based polling. Well, that's weird. Okay, wait a minute. Maybe we should just run it with the different image. I mean, that could be possible as well. That could be something I do. I'm gonna stop this, but before I do that, I think I want to do this npx next dev webpack. Is that a thing? We used npm to run it. I don't think we need this hostname thing, actually. I'm going to save that. Compiling. So we used npx to create the thing, to create the app. And then we're using npm run dev. Maybe that's an issue with there's something clashing with the configuration or something like that. Found a change. Oh no, here we go. maybe that's the issue. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if that's the issue. Compiling. Can we put this over here? You know what? Let's do this. Oh, I don't have it set. Okay, never mind. Okay, I'll keep it over here, actually. You know what? Keep it right here. That sounds good. How about this? No. Wait, it's compiling. Wait, rendering. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. So it's a little bit different. Rather than running npm run dev, we're going to run npx. Let me grab this link here. This is what I was looking at, and that's how we get to solve it with Next.js in here. So we'll fix these notes. Podman node container. Yeah, so I'll keep this in here. I don't know if we need this part. I don't think it's this thing. I think we can get rid of that. In fact, I'm going to run this again without that, just to make sure that this works. But I think, yes, I think that's what we're gonna do. Let's go here. And exit out. Actually, would this readme? Yeah, no, I don't want that one. I think we want to readme for the other one. Development server. Getting started, so running the app. With Podman is next npm next dev webpack, I think was what we ran. So that was npx next dev webpack. That starts up the development server with hot module replacement. You just need to run they're saying to use a different, so node modules and then app next on the volume and then running these other things. I think we're fine this way. We're fine just running it this way with just that entire app thing. They just like having a separate volume, but why are they? I don't know what happens when you run this separate. When you don't give it another. Is this the location on the local machine rather than the container? I think that's what it might be. You could also run this as that maintainer with the database. Yeah, I think we might run into issues here. I think we might run into issues. Here when we start adding a database. Yeah, it might end up being a problem. We'll have to see. But for now, we'll try this npx dev webpack. So we'll run it like this. Podman, we're gonna run, and we're gonna remove and run it IT, I think it was. So let's go back to that. Yeah, this one here, -IT. Keep ID, and then we'll run 3000, exposing the port. We'll set a watch pack poll equals true for the polling. Open the create a volume, link the volumes, and go into the app is where we're going into, because it's yeah, that's where it is. App/app. We're calling this app there. Yeah, we are. Okay, and then app is that one. Okay. Yeah, okay. Node latest. So we are running a node thing there. So we'll update the README. Deploy on Vercel. Auto updates as you update the file. You can start editing the page. Auto updates. Well, that's right. I guess all of this is okay. Getting started to run the development server with Podman. That there, and then once we're inside, we run that. Okay, so npx next dev webpack. So we'll run inside the container. You keep that up, and then we do that. So from there, I think if we're in this folder, if you're in that folder and you're setting it to app and then app there, I don't think we need to actually have it from here. Then the current, I'm just trying to like set it so that if we're inside of this app, we have this README. If we're inside that folder, we want to set the working space to app. We're going to set the current thing to the app folder. And then we're going to set our workspace to be the app folder. I think that's right. I think that's what I want to do. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that's what I want to do. npx next dev webpack is what we ran once we went in there to do this. So we'll set that. Okay. This is good. Okay. I should change the... never mind. This is enough. This is enough. Not module replacement. Does it work? Certainly does. It certainly do. And that updates, and that updates. So let's finish this setup. Am I on here? Is home on the server and client, and then when I open up components area inside here, let's close this stuff down. I have a link to that, I think. Let's link this to over here. We'll say notes for here, and then clips from here. My notes are going to be here, so those are clips from there. So in running, my notes are pretty as Jason. How do I close that? Okay, project setup from scratch. Was this 3? Is that what this is? It is 3. We are looking for like chapter 5. Next.js notes here. For command to run there. So we should change this also to WSL. Make sure that we're in WSL. Should be in WSL. Should do that. Make sure we're in there for command to run. For command to run. With HMR enabled. Hot monitor, and then we need to run npx next dev webpack runs dev server with HMR. Okay, and then that's our notes, I guess. And I want to take for this, and I think that sets us up then. And then we can finish up this section. Okay, so finally, I think maybe we're ready. At least this first part. We'll probably run into another snag when we get to databases. I don't know. We might need to like create another container for the database. I don't know. Okay. What we did want to see was the components, so we want to go into look at my components from here, and can we like completely just squash them? Where is it? Because okay, wait. What about restart? Really, the user. Okay, so it's all here. Root, server root, context provider, app router, root error boundary. I think there's something going on here that, okay. Promise context. Where's home? Home is all the way down here. So the server has a promise of params and search params, both promises, both returning promises. Or yeah, they're both our promises. Hydrate root, and then we have this React DOM that renders as well. Interestingly enough, React DOM 3.0. So we have some extra stuff going on that's not listed on their thing, so I don't know what's going on with this. Okay. You don't have to declare anything. Declare that a component is RSC. In fact, you can't specify that a component is an RSC. You can only specify that a component is a client component. Later in the chapter, we'll explore how this is done, and in the next section, we'll create our own RSC in the next JS project. So we create the project, right? So we... Okay, so we did that part, create the project, and then... I think I already committed that part, right? Create project, LTR, chapter 5, and I'll quit there. So I think that was just step 1. We did step 1. Okay. Okay. And then we'll say finish setup. Wait a minute, am I still running this and that? Let me see. Let me exit out of here and make sure that we have this running correctly. I'm inside here. Oh, we want to exit out of that. Okay, so we're here. We want to run this. I don't think we need this other thing, and we don't need the hostname thing. So we'll test this and make sure that this is working properly. Okay, I think there's a space there. And we can get rid of that other port, I think. We can get rid of this other port just for now. And run this lean. Okay, we're in app, and then we're going to go into app as well. That's different than what we were doing when we were running this. A different thing. So we'll do npx next dev webpack, and hopefully this works again. It takes a while to load up. Just make sure that this works. Let's see what's missing here. Let's get add. So everything is added from there. Restart that so it compiles. And let's make sure that the hot module replacement is working. Yes, it is. Okay, good. And so now it is working. Made sure more active. Now it's working. Now it's working. Okay. Okay, so now that's what that works. We're down here. We're gonna say oh gosh, wow. Okay. Learn to React with TypeScript. Page 156. And check that back out. So there are errors here. For some reason, we can close this down. Don't save it. There are problems. It's saying the class border black can be written differently, and the other thing is border black. That's some Tailwind bullshit. Okay. Is home on the server or client? So everything else I think looks good. And that's weird that it didn't show on there. I need to... I think we skipped a break because I wasn't paying attention to this thing. I think I messed up. I think we skipped a break. Hide Pomodoro if cursor is in that region or it's there. Source Pomodoro, show Pomodoro on there. I was over there. Hide on DSK. If it's there or the scene. It's not showing on there. Why does it not do that? Overlay show. Oh, I just had the wrong thing on. Okay, never mind. That's it. There it goes. Okay, so now it's back. Okay. Debugging. It's a day of debugging. I guess we'll power through then. I just need to take a quick breather because, wow. Okay, so we figured out how to get the hot module replacement working on here. All right. Oh god, that was a pain. It was a pain. Okay, where are we now? So we want to get creating React server components. I'm going to have multi-container setup with a database. Gosh, that's what we're going to have to do. I'm going to keep that open because I think we're going to have to come back to that. I don't think it's going to be that bad because I think the main thing is updating the UI elements and then because the calls to the yeah, I'm not sure. So in this section, we'll create a header RSC. What happened here? Why is this okay, so it's still indicating problems with that. I don't really care. about those. We can close down that next thing. I think we can just close down all of this stuff and then take a look at this. So we're going to create a header RSC and nest it inside of the home RSC we observed in the previous section. The header component will simply contain the app's name. And so we're going to carry out the following steps. We're going to create a folder in the src folder. So just make sure that we're in here. There is the src folder, so we're going to create a folder. Make directory src called components. And so there isn't one yet. There's the app folder, and then we're going to create one that's called the components folder. So it's common practice to isolate routing components in the app folder from other components using a components folder. We'll learn more about routing components in chapter 6. Okay. And finally, we're back on track. I'm sorry this was very spotty all over the place. But we're back on track, I think, now. And we're going to just take a quick note here. So note it's common practice. Hi, Bubbus. We got a doggy coming in here. You want to lay down? You want to lay down next to me? Yes, Bubbush. Lots of noise, huh? Lots of noise? You want to lay down over here? There you go. Yeah, Hypatia joining us. Yay. It's been a while. Since she joined us. I did highlight that and then it didn't take, but I think I can just copy and paste that. And then wait a minute, because that's not quite what I wanted. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so yeah, we're good there. It says yellow, even though it doesn't need to be highlighted like that. We can use blue. It doesn't matter. It's only what it looks like in there. Okay. What just happened here? Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, babe, you need to go outside. Okay, now that we've done that, we're going to create a file. So I'm going to just touch source components header.tsx, and we're going to call it header with a capital H. A capital H. Okay. And then now that I do that, I can hide. Let me see. Let me go back to that, and then there we go. Okay. Whew. Okay, so header tsx. We're going to do this. We're going to say export function header. We got to make sure that we get our case back there. Let's see, console log. We're going to say is header an RSC question mark. So something has changed. It hasn't said anything about compiling. It is compiling now. So if you look in this like lower right corner, lower left corner, we get this Next.js thing. I'm going to put that up over here just so that we can see it. I'm going to actually put it, just so it doesn't get blocked. I'm going to put it, oh, we can't put it down here. We can only put it up in the upper right. That's fine. Let's just put it there. So this will show us, right, we're using Webpack, and that's what we were using. I think we were trying to use TurboPack though before, right? Is that what we were using? Learn about TurboPack and how to enable it. I might have to check video and see if that's what we were using before. Hopefully. I hope I didn't just like override some setting, because I thought we were using the turbo pack thing there, right? Whether turbo pack should be used for development. I think it is. I think we're fine. I think we're fine on that front. Okay. So it took a little bit of massaging to get this to work, but I think we're in good shape now. I think we might just have to do a little bit of futzing around with database stuff later. Justify between. There we go. We have this header here. We're going to give some space here. We're going to put a span in here. We're going to give it a class name of text LG and font bold. And this is for our tailwind to just spin up that that styling, and it's going to render. But there's nothing changing here because we're not importing it into the page. So outputs in a header element, and we're going to open up page. Let's open up page in right here. And inside of here, we're going to import header from components header. And it goes from @/component/header. And the @ is an important path alias for the source folder, the src folder. Using an import path alias is an alternative to using a relative path, which would look as follows. You did the /components header. Interesting. Will this work? So we're importing. We have to put it somewhere though, right? We're not using it yet. We need to go all the way down to our return statement, which is here. But inside of the first div before the main element, we're going to add our header. Now, will this work? Fingers crossed. Will it compile? Will this happen? Let's come over to here. So it did compile. It's rendering now. And my app is up on there. Up here. There it is! My app! My app has rendered. So we can also, like, we can change the styling of this, I think. Let's see. Bold. Let's do color red 500, I guess. Save. Let's see if that works. I don't think I said that right. Font. How do you set font color in Tailwind? I don't know. Okay, so font color Tailwind. Is it text color Tailwind? I think we did. We did this before. Typography. We'll just open up that. We should probably set a Tailwind CSS something, right? Text red 100. Okay, so that's what we'll do. Let's do text red 500. Oh, it comes up with that. That's very nice. Okay, so let's save this. See if it renders. Let's see if we get our nice red text. And we don't, do we? Do we? We do. Okay. Takes a minute to run, but I guess once it's done running, then compiling, then good to go from there. Cool stuff. We'll delete this for now because that's not what they want from us here. So is that, and then if we go back to the browser console, we can see a message, is header an RSC? just like we have over here, is header and RSC. We have is header and RSC just right there. There we go. That's cool. That's all cool stuff. Okay, wow, okay. That's our first React server component created. Wow, very nice. Very cool. So in the next section, we'll start to understand what happens under the hood of an RSC. We're going to understand how server components work. But first, let's commit our changes. We have git status should show us that there are a couple files added. We have our new, we edited the page, and we also created a new file for a TSX file. So let's add src, add src, and that adds both of those things. Git commit, and we want to say that we create an RSC, and that was on page. Oh, and so this is learn TypeScript with, or learn React with TypeScript. Page 158 is where we are. I'll do that. Take a look at our status. There we are. Okay. Whew. Boy. I tell you, we're learning a lot just by goofing around. Trying to debug stuff, trying to figure stuff out. That's how we do it. Do I have a Tailwind search? That's right. I was going to add something, but it's not, like, I can't actually do anything because like all the search is done in this modal. So there's no actual, like, yeah, there's no way to like put a search query into an endpoint unless there's like, is there a way to search? Learned using Vite. Oh, there's a course on Tailwind. So that's all cool. I mean, yeah, I don't know. So it looks like we're gonna need to like create another folder for another volume for the database, and then run like a MongoDB thing or something, spin up a separate image for a MongoDB container. Yeah. All right. So I think that's what we're going to have to do on the next thing. Yeah. So. Yeah. It's interesting. I'm like hesitant to get started because, you know, I'm gonna take an extra long break because it was like we blew through the last one, and I need to clear my head for a second. So I'll be back in 6 minutes. Let's understand how server components work. I will set a stream marker here. Note that note our place here, and we're going to understand how server components work. So in this section, we are going to take the time to understand how the header component runs on the server and is then displayed in the browser. So we're going to carry out the following steps. We're going to first extend the header component so that it includes some computation. Once we've done this, we'll be able to determine whether the computation was carried out on the server or the client. So we'll open up our header TSX, which we already have, and what we'll do is we will create a constant called total, and we'll just add 99 to itself. And inside of the header, we're going to do a span of total. So our JSX we can render there, and then so it should come up. We see all this stuff happening on here. All that stuff updating. And we have 198, and it's pushed all the way to the edge here. I don't know if I could put this down here. Maybe that's better. Yeah, I think I'll just put this in the lower right. I think that's the least problematic place to put that. Okay. My app and 198 across here. And we see this like slight background difference here. I think at least on my screen, I can see it. It's hard to really tell on the stream because I think these things just get kind of blended together with the difference here. I think what I could do, so what I can do is inside of the header, what we can do is we could do this. I'm going to do a background. You know, let's do our blue. Background blue of 200. And we'll do, yeah, I think that's fine. That's fine then. And we'll get some contrast there. There we go. So we can now tell that this is our header element. And so in the browser development tools, we're going to look at the elements. Elements panel, which in this is the inspector in, I guess, Firefox and LibreWolf. So there is a script in here. I don't know what is... Okay, so I think it's this one. Is it this one? Next.js scale. They're saying right above that though is this thing. Next push. Null owner? No, that's not what's happening. I don't see a null owner in that one. Which one has null owner? One null owner. One null owner. I don't see that. Two instances of 198. The first will be... Oh, we're going to search for 198, and then there's two instances. One is inside the header. So it's inside the span element, and then the second... Oh, I only show one of one. Okay. Second will be inside a script element. I don't actually see there. Is that... If I do like select all? No. I'm only seeing one. I don't understand why there's a difference between what I see and what has been in here. So children, maybe, is there a 99 or something? It's one of 6. Oh, it's not really referencing anything else. I don't see it. Just one of one there. I don't see where the other thing should be. Okay. So the JSON may be different for you compared to what's shown in the preceding screenshot. The JSON in the script element starts to reveal how the React server components work. Once the React server component has been run on the server, the RSC output is serialized along with information to render them. I feel like this is an important thing and I really want to take note of it. So I'm going to come up over here. Let's say once we'll highlight that. Once the RSCs have been run on the server, the RSC output is serialized along with the information to render them. It's important to note that only the result of the RSC is serialized and not the function code. Okay. So there's supposed to be, I think maybe there's supposed to be something in here. Host property, get bootstrap. These are just styles in here, not scripts. This is all styling inside of that script. we don't actually see some JavaScript being made inside here. There's a button. I think this is all this other stuff, right? No, it is that. Oh, okay, because it's the DevTools thing. Okay, never mind. We're looking, that's the Next.js portal thing. Okay, but here... Children 404 could not be found. It's funny. Maybe that's what it's referring to. Children 56 for children. 1 of 6. That's with styling. That's with styling. This is in script. I'm not seeing where this would be for this. Is header listed there? No, because it's kind of overloaded. Yeah, okay. It's not gonna help. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so that's the end of the section, and we can take this note here. Finally on this section, because we didn't take any note before that. I'll do that. It looks like we might be able to get to client components here, exploring client components, and then doing this. Seems like we have enough time to go a little bit into this. Because we don't have to fuck around with any database stuff, it doesn't look like. So... yeah. Okay. Let's take a note on this. Enter, delete it, and then just add a little tab there. There we go. Oops. Wait, so we want this to be like that. Okay. So Next.js is an app framework that supports RSCs. We use this to create our React app project. Next.js project components are RSCs by default, so layout and page are RSCs. We created a header RSC inside the page RSC. So I don't understand what the difference is between, like, I understand like Vite. Okay, so is Next.js like Vite? And then React is like the styling, or the not styling, but the like user interface type thing framework. What's that question? What is that question? What's the difference between React and JS and Next.js? Great. So there's a Geeks for Geeks, and there's also a Free Code Camp article here There are many tools, languages, frameworks, and open source packages you have to learn in order to make your job easier and straightforward. Some of these tools, language frameworks are used daily by community members and explore two popular technologies, Next.js and React.js, comparing their key differences, examining their strengths, and offering insights. Okay, so React is the client-side rendering, and then the... Okay, so it's a library, JavaScript library. So often confuse ourselves as to whether React is a JavaScript framework. I'm definitely confused. But here's the answer to that question. React is not a JavaScript framework. It's a JavaScript library. These two terminologies are often interchanged and misused, but I will explain them shortly. A library is a collection of already written code that can be reused or called upon when building your own project. Imagine a library where you go to study. The books are already available on the shelves. You simply pick the one you need. Okay, yeah, whatever. Library builder. A framework is like a ready-made structure that helps you build your project. Gives you a solid foundation to work with so you don't have to start from scratch or write repetitive code. Instead, you focus on adding your own features and logic while the framework takes care of running things at the right time in the right way. So I'm kind of thinking of this as, in Python terms, like Django is the framework, like Next.js is. Now, Django is also a library. It's all, okay. That's what's confusing then. But like Jinja templates are a library, but they're not a framework, right? Like you can import, you can work with Jinja templates when creating HTML and using those things, but they're not a framework in themselves, whereas Django is a framework that structures your project. That's how I'm thinking about it. I don't know. Maybe maybe you have a better way of comparing those things, of drawing analogies between Python and JavaScript. Okay, so like you use these React components as a way of like organizing your code, but it's not structuring the app itself. It's just actually using, yeah. Single page apps use interactive view, so cross-platform application, server-side rendering. Next.js is SEO friendly, which is nice. Okay, so helps create SEO friendly websites by rendering an HTML file on the server and delivering it to the browser. Improves search engine visibility, increasing the chances of your website appearing at the top of the search results. Client side versus server side. Okay. React requires additional libraries for routing. So it's only really the UI layer and uses client-side rendering by default, while Next.js adds server-side rendering. Static site generation for better SEO and performance. Gotcha. Right. So like Flask is the is the framework to Next.js, you know, similarly there. So updates the virtual DOM, then applies only the differences to the real DOM. This is a cool article. I like this one. Okay, I'm gonna add this to our notes and let's see. Let's add this to our notes here. We're taking notes. Gonna also take a look at learn React with TypeScript, chapter 5, and inside of that, oh wait, because we're looking, and then that one. So I hope these are different ones. No, it's not. Shoot, because that's not what I really want. I want to link to the other thing. I think because we want it like this. I'm not sure. Can we do it like this? No. How about like that? No. Oh gosh. How do you do this? Okay, so I guess we can't do that. So we were looking at... Can we go from clips? There we go. Okay, so that's how you do it. Let's do it this way. We'll just duplicate, and then recaps, I think. Section recaps, and then chapter 5 there. Okay. These are the notes we will review. The notes we review there. There we go. Okay, so we are kind of like done with some of this. I think we should just keep going, though. I think we should just keep going through this. So there's 3 minutes left in this block, but let's take a look at exploring client components. And then see how they relate to server components. Because I guess they're slightly different than running with whatchamacallit. Just add a note for today. Okay, to start understanding client components, you'll create a client component in our project that will toggle the app between dark and light mode, and we're going to understand client components. So interactive apps, client components are essential. In fact, every React component was a client component before the introduction of RSCs. So here are some of the features that client components have that RSCs don't. So they have React hooks such as useState, useRef, and useEffect. They provide browser event handling such as on-click on a button. State and functions are shared with the React context. Don't know what that means. Access to browser APIs such as window.local storage is provided. So we'll learn how client components are rendered in Next.js next. Okay. Client component rendering. As the name suggests, client components run on the client. However, they can also run on the server during the initial load to pre-render the parts that can be pre-rendered, which is what happens in Next.js. In Next.js, after the initial load, client components are hydrated with the parts not covered by pre-rendering, which is generally interactivity. So I'm going to take a note of that, and it would probably at the end of this, what should we call it now? So this process is complex, but it speeds up the initial rendering of client components. So they run on the server during the initial load to pre-render the parts that can be pre-rendered, which is what happens in Next.js. After the initial load, components are hydrated with the parts not covered by pre-rendering, which is generally interactivity. This process is complex but speeds up. Okay. When we come back, we'll take a look at this little component and we'll try to understand it. Okay, let's understand this. So we have this client component down here. A little hard to see. One thing I wanted to do here, I'm not sure if I'm able to do this. Am I able to tether the zoom factor to this? I think on the right display, I want to do that. Can I? Wish there was a way to control the zoom. The mouse. It's fine though. Let's see. Okay, so it's a little better there. I have this function button. I'm gonna return just the element, the button, with the function here. Passed into its onClick attribute as is there. Okay. Seems similar to what we've been doing, right? So we're just not exporting it, right? Okay, oh, we're just going to take a look at it though. Okay, so here are the steps that take place during the rendering process. First, the component is rendered on the server. However, it can't be fully rendered because the server can't attach the click handler. So the result of this first rendering process is an HTML button without a click handler. So then the HTML button is sent to the client along with a hydration script. Finally, the client adds the HTML button to the DOM and runs the hydration script to attach the button click handler. Before we create a client component in our project, we'll learn how to specify a client component. Okay. This would be help with that diagram, I bet, before. So component rendered on the server, so it's like that processed HTML is served or something. And then runs the hydration script. Wait. Well, this is the RSC thing loading, so this is a little bit different, right? That's different than. So the component's rendered on the server, but it's not usable. Then you send the button to the client with the hydration script, and then you send back, client sends back the HTML button to the DOM and runs the hydration script to attach the button click handler. Okay. And before we create one, let's learn how to specify. Okay. Specifying client components. By default in Next.js, components are RSCs. To specify a client component, the file must contain use client at the top. However, components that are imported into a client component file automatically become client components, meaning use client isn't required. Boy, that must get complicated. Anything that's imported into becomes a client component. Okay. And it says, don't worry if this is a bit confusing at this stage. Yeah, it's totally confusing. I don't understand. Okay. So I'll add one and try to cement this knowledge. So I'm going to create a client component So in this section, we'll create a client component that will toggle our app between dark and light mode. We'll take the time to experience what happens if the component isn't marked as a client component, and also prove it runs on the server as well as the client. And we're going to carry out the following steps. We're going to create a new file called colormodetoggle.tsx. So we'll create that in the source components file. So we'll touch source components color mode toggle.tsx, and then we'll just open it up in our color toggle mode. We'll open this up and we'll just write in this, type in this this code here. We have a console log call. Okay, and it says does color mode run on the server and client. We'll see if it does. Function handle click. Oops, gotta define it, gotta define that function. Then we'll return the button element with the on click, taking the handle click function. The callback there, and then the flex rounded BG blue 500, PX padding in the X direction is going to be 4, padding in the Y direction is going to be 2, text color is going to be white. We can close that down. The button is there. Okay, we'll come back over to here to our app, but nothing's going to render. It's we saw this updated. It said that it was compiling. So at least the hot module replacement is working. We're going to open back up header. So we're going to open up header, and we're going to import at the top here color mode toggle from there, and then we're gonna run this right after. We're gonna bring that in right after one issue. Okay, so this is what happens. Unhandled runtime error. Event handlers cannot be passed to the client component props. Okay. If you need interactivity, consider converting part of this to a client component. We have an event handler which isn't allowed. Color mode toggle is an RSC. We have an event handler which isn't allowed. Back in color mode.tsx, we're going to put use client at the top. And does that update then? And still in here, what we're going to have to do is to import use state from React. Okay, so this does render, but we don't have any activity. We don't have, like, it's not doing anything. The handle click is empty, right? So it's not doing anything. There's nothing set to do for it to do. So at the top of our, so console statements are ignored when we're thinking about being at the top of the file here for React parse these calls to these, you know, the parsing the variables and create, you know, so that React can create the functions and the use state, or whatchamacallits. I don't know what I'm trying to say. What do we call these things? Okay, but handle click is going to gonna use this stuff. It's gonna set the color mode equal to dark if light is passed or dark is passed, unless. So is color mode set to dark? Yes, it's going to be set to light, and otherwise it's going to stay dark. That's the toggle. Okay, so that's how we're toggling it. Set color mode is this other function that we get from the use state. And color mode dark, question mark, light, if not dark. Okay. So we are changing something about the now we can handle this as changing something about the color mode, so it'll be dark or it'll be light, so we're at least flipping back and forth between those two text displays of the button. Okay. And the button appears, and so clicking the colored mode toggle button doesn't toggle between dark and light mode at the moment. To make this work, we need to add a dark CSS class name to the body element. And we also need to update the background and background CSS variables. We can use an effect to synchronize the color mode state with these. Nicely. Let's see. What do we have to do? All right, we're going to import also from React use effect, and we're going to, so let me see, where are we putting that? It's before, I think we have to put it before handle click though, right? Don't we? Don't we have to put use effect up here? If the color mode is dark, we are going to change. So we're interacting with the DOM here, body.classList. And interacting with the virtual DOM, right? And it's going, and React is going to determine what changes then. Document element style, set property. We're going to set two properties. We're going to have the background, or actually, we're going to set background as OA as this gray color. Nice. Nice. And we're going to set the property of foreground to ed. Okay. Another gray color, it looks like. And else, we're going to run this block, body class list remove dark. And we're going to set some styles. Oops. Set property. Background is going to be that's going to be a white color, and we're going to set the property for the foreground as well. Okay, so if I save this, wait, we have to also pass it in the color mode. Those are the dependencies for this. We need to know what the color mode is in order to change it. I think I put this in the wrong thing here. I think we need it here. There we go. And that should work. That should work then, right? What was the last thing we did, though? We created the project, and then we did some... Create an RSC. We left off on 158. Is that what happened? Okay, I think we're fine here. What we need to do then, we're on number 5. We want to change the color button now toggles. When clicked, the color mode now toggles. Now we need to actually change the color. There's an issue there, it's saying. Let's see. Oh, I see. Okay, we need to remove the styling that we added to the header with the background blue. And now we should see something different because here we go. I think maybe should it be 717171? Remove dark, add dark. Background, OA, ED, F. Background. Okay. Use effect. All right, so we have to add another use effect here. Media query window.match media prefers color scheme to dark, then comma no dependencies. Oh no, that's just the watch media. Okay, so that's just the watch media. Okay. Const. Okay, wait, what is going on here? Wait. Watch media. Use effect. What is happening here? So we have this one, and then it's closing on that one. Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. There we go. And now it's fixed. Okay. Set color mode to media query. When it matches, does it match? Does it match dark? Otherwise, it's going to be light. Okay. And we save that. We're using an effect here because we only want this code to run on the client where window watch media can be accessed. Okay. So we remember that client components can initially run on the server, but the server doesn't have access to the browser window object. Okay, I did not remember that. Why not take a note here? Let's see. Remember that client effects are never run on the server, they only run on the client. So let's copy the selected text. We'll do it like this, I think. Oh shoot, okay. That copies it, and then we just paste it here. There we go. Server doesn't have access to the window object. Effects are never run on the server, they only run on the client. So this pattern is handy for DOM access, which needs to happen when the component is loading. All right, so let's check where the, you know what, we're going to take a break and we'll come back and we'll finish up number 7 and the rest of this little section. Okay, so we're checking out whether or not this comes up in the terminal. So we're going to clear this and reload the app here. Connected, HMR is connected. Am I on the server or client? Is home on the server or client? Is header on and RSC? And does color mode run on the server and client? So it's not coming with the server, it's only on the client. Okay. Confirm that it's initially run on the server. And this actually is not. That's the end of the section then. Client components. Oh, you know what? No, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do, let's just do an auto copy and paste here. Brings us to the end of the section on clip component, client components. Here's a recap. Here we go. Oh, come on. No, please. No. Okay. After I do that, can I add this? Can I add it after? Why does it do that? Auto copy, auto focus. I don't know why it does that. All right, we are moving along here. I'm surprised that we got this far today. I know that this isn't very deep. And it's just really the basics here. And the, you know... But this is pretty cool. Like I'm surprised that I'm able to get this far. I'm able to debug the problems that I have and get us up and running. You know, with trying to do things slightly differently than what the book is saying, which is, you know, they're running directly on the computer. I'm trying to run in a container. And there's some things you need to do in order to get that to work. So, you know, as it get the same behavior. Client components are necessary for interactive apps as they support features such as React hooks, event handling, and DOM access. So they initially run on the server and are later hydrated with interactivity on the client. A client component requires a use client directive at the top of its file. Okay, I gotta clean my glasses. I'm having a hard time getting distracted by the specks that are on my specs. The specs on my specs. There we go. I think that's... Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, there's one that's right in the field of view. I gotta get new glasses too, because these are starting to get a little scratched up. So the protective coating is kind of gone. And I'll probably lose the transitions part. I don't know. Well, unless that's part of the lens itself. What is going on here? Oh my gosh. About once a week I have to do this. Too many specs on my specs. Too many specs on the spectacles. Let's get the spectacles cleaned up here. Spectacles. Okay. That'll have to do. A client component requires a use client directive at the top of its file. Other components that are imported into a client component file automatically become client components, so meaning use client isn't required for subsequent client components. Finally, color mode toggle is the first client component in our app. It contains a state, an effect, and event handlers, so it must be a client component rather than an RSC. That completes our exploration of client components. Next, we'll learn how server and client components can be composed. Okay. Whew. Composing server and client components. Actually, let's finish up. I forgot to commit our changes here. So we looked at creating client components. So I'm going to, let's see. Actually, I think we were on page 165. Is that where we left off? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, composing server and client components here. This section will explain the thought process behind choosing between server and client components. Then we'll understand what the client boundary is and how to inject an RSC into it. Okay, RSCs versus client components. This looks like something we want to highlight and put into our thing here. What I actually want to do is move this up into... What? Why is this such a pain in the ass? Oh gosh, okay, never mind. I'm just gonna copy that, cut that. That's why, because there's so much more things that, so many other sections that I have to get through in order to bring it up here. Never mind, I just want to do this. Okay. Okay, so in clips here, we want to do this here. Highlight this little table here. We'll want to refer back to this at some point. Actually, you know what? Let's add some space underneath. So is it X and Y? So I think we need to go 170, 150. We could do 153, I think. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Succinct comparison table. Feature aspect, first page load. The RSC is fast. Client component is slower. So on first page load, an RSC is fast. client component is slower. Access to secure resources like databases, third-party, and APIs are direct, whereas with the client components, it requires a HTTP call to a secure server. Interactivity is not supported by React server components, but client components offer full interactivity. React hooks are very limited in server components, but there's full support in client components. Access to browser APIs are not supported in server components, but they have full access in client components. So understanding when to use an RSC or client component, if you are creating a new Next.js page, you should start the component tree with RSCs. This is because it's the default in Next.js, and RSCs tend to be simpler and more performant. Switch a component to a client component if it requires functionality outside of RSCs, such as interactivity. To maximize performance, isolate only the parts that RSCs can't do in client components. This is exactly what we did with color mode toggle in the previous section. Next, we'll understand exactly what we need to use the use client directive. Okay, this is a lot. I'm just overloaded, I think, here with a lot of information, and yeah. Kind of need to review this stuff. Understanding client boundaries. We'll take a look at this diagram, and I'll make a copy of it for us to use in my notes. Make a copy of my notes. So, visualizes a client boundary on an app, on a page in an app. Okay. So I'm going to zoom in and try to maybe show this here. I don't know why that is showing. Okay. It's not perfect, but we'll use it for now. The page and header components are RSCs. So page and headers are RSCs outside of this dashed border here. Note that contact form contains a use client directive, so it is a client component. So here, inside of contact form, we have name, details, and submit. And these are all client components and don't need to use a client directive because we're like importing them into the contact form. So client boundary is formed around everything that is imported into contact form. And just to be clear, so there's name, details, and submit there. Okay. So you might think it's not possible to render an RSC inside a client component. In the next section, we will learn how to do this. What? So then there's like a boundary inside. How many more steps are there of this? We have a couple. Oh, we're almost done. We're just basically done. There's one more example. So rendering an RSC in color toggle mode, or color mode toggle, we're going to add an icon to our color mode toggle component, which, as you may recall, is a client component. We'll learn how the icon can be turned into an RSC. Client components can't import an RSC. However, an RSC can be passed to a client component as a prop. Using this key concept, we'll add an icon RSC to our color mode toggle component. Follow these steps. So I'm going to start by creating a file for the SVG icon. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to copy the contents of this URL, and I'll actually share this in the chat here. And we'll actually go up right over here to load this one, and we'll probably just download it. I think we can just download this color mode icon SVG. The raw, can I do the raw and download the raw? We can just download raw. I'm just going to do that. We are in our assets here. What I want to do is go to app, and in the components folder, we want to put that color mode. Okay. Next, we're going to create a React component for the icon. So we're going to touch a file in the components. Called color mode icon.tsx. Come on. Okay, there we go. We're going to import image from next image. I'll input color mode SVG. I'm confused as to why it didn't autocomplete. Console log. Is color mode icon an RSC? We're going to question that. Return some image. SRC is going to be color mode. Oops, color mode SVG. The alt is going to be color mode icon. We're going to give it a class name of MR2 H6 width of 6. Okay. And this component renders the SVG in a Next.js image component with a fixed size. So let's put the icon inside color mode toggle, and we'll import that at the top here. Oops. Color mode icon. And then we'll render it in our return statement right above or inside of our button actually, as part of our button here, color mode icon. Okay. So we should have an icon here. If the app isn't running, we can make it run by running npm run dev in the terminal. Have a look in the browser console. Oh, there it is. Nope, it's running. Nice. Okay. So let's take a look at our... Yep. Okay, so is color mode icon on RSC? It appears it is not. So it confirms it is a client component. Right? Yeah, there we go. This confirms what we learned in the previous section. A component that's imported into a client component will automatically be a client component. So next we'll try a different approach for adding color mode icon to color mode toggle. This time we'll pass it as a prop. Start by removing color mode icon import statement. So first I'm going to commit our changes and take a look at what we have changed. We'll add all of the src stuff, git status, all that. Okay, so git commit. We are on step 5 of render and RSC and color mode toggle. Learn React with TypeScript. Page number 168. And we're on step 5. Okay. So we'll remove the color mode statement, the color mode icon from the top here. And what we'll do is we'll import from React type React node. Okay. And then inside of color mode toggle, the function for color mode toggle, the function body at the top. Okay, so at the top, we're going to do all this stuff. Icon. Oh, hang on a second. Okay. Inside of the... Okay, I see. Okay. Inside of here. We need these types. Like that, though. And then under the button, we're going to do icon. Let's see. Okay, but we don't have an icon yet, though. We need to create that then, I guess. So lastly... Okay, what does this mean then? Components can be passed to other components using a special children prop. We can create our own prop that accepts a component, something we have done here with the icon prop. We have set its type to React node so that it accepts any React component. Lastly, open header TSX and pass color mode icon into color mode toggle using the icon prop. So inside of header here, because we have this color mode toggle, it's now giving an error for some reason. Oh, because it's not okay. Okay, let's take a look at this. The error says it's missing a type. It's missing icon. It's missing a property. Right. Okay. So that's in the yes. Okay. That's our language server helping us out here. The IntelliSense for Typescript here, telling us that we're missing something here. We need to put that in brackets there. Color mode icon. Color mode icon. Icon is equal to color mode icon. But we need to import that. There we go. Now if you look in the browser console, you'll see that the message is color mode icon, and RSC has a server badge because color mode icon is an RSC. I'm so confused. This is one I'm gonna have to come back to. I might have to rewatch my own videos. This is one I'm gonna have to dwell on, because I have seen some of this, I think, in the Crosshair code base, and it's something that I'm gonna need to really wrestle with. Before completing this section, let's appreciate some productivity benefits of use. Like, it all makes sense to me, but trying to just like be able to know it to the point where I can like explain it well. It's gonna take a while. Let's appreciate some productivity benefits of using RSCs with client components. And look, we're out of time for today already. I did not hear the bell go off. Even though these components run on completely different computers, we developed them using the same paradigm. We open header TSX and carry out the following steps. Okay, so I wanted to finish that up first. Okay, let's add that's rendering an RSC, and that was page 139. Okay. Now, before completing this section, let's appreciate some productivity benefits. We're going to open header, which we already have open, and we're going to hover over color mode toggle. IntelliSense then So IntelliSense, we get IntelliSense across the server-client boundary. Okay, everything looks the same here. Looks like we got the right thing here. An alias function, color mode toggle, taking a icon of type icon React node, and then we're returning a JSX element, importing color mode toggle. Okay. So we're going to temporarily remove the icon attribute from the JSX and note that we get a type error. I pointed this out. I pointed this out just before. You right click on that and you go to definition, you will be taken to the definition of the color mode toggle. Or you can just go to the definition here and it goes up to here. These kinds of features work well across these two worlds. They give us great productivity benefits. It doesn't feel like two different worlds at all. That concludes this section on composing RSCs with client components, and here's a recap. So let's take a note for our recap. And summarize what we learned in the chapter. Okay, it didn't do that because, here we go, I think that does it. There we go. Okay. All right, so it's recommended to start a new Next.js page with RSCs for simplicity and performance. You use client components only when additional functionality such as interactivity is needed. A client boundary is created when a component has a use client directive. All files that are imported after become client components. And while a client component cannot directly import an RSC can be passed as a prop. All right, so in this chapter, we have learned that RSCs were fully released in React 19. They run exclusively on the server. And unlike client components, RSCs can be asynchronous and interact directly with server resources, such as databases. The primary benefits of RSCs include improved performance since they reduce the amount of JavaScript that's sent to the client and lower the number of network calls that are made from the browser. Developer productivity is also enhanced because RSCs allow front-end and back-end code to be co-located, eliminating the need to shift between different paradigms. Client components are essential for interactivity as they support React hooks and browser API access. They run on the client after initial server rendering. Developers can declare a component as a client component by adding the use client directive. RSCs can be nested inside client components by passing them as props. Right, and so Next.js is a popular React-based framework that supports RSCs, where components are RSCs by default. We created a Next.js app and created a header RSC with a color mode toggle client component nested inside. We then nested a color mode icon RSC inside color mode toggle by passing it as a prop. So in the next chapter, we will learn about Next.js so that we can create a multi-page app. We'll begin doing that tomorrow. Further notes, further reading here. it's going to be here. And I'm going to share that with the chat here. We'll go and take a look at this ourselves as well. Let's take a look here. Server components. How do I build support for server components? Here we go. So we're quickly moving into some advanced stuff, at least for me. This is not this is all like very new. So this is exciting. And we're still in this like exploratory phase. I'm still like getting the lingo, still learning it, kind of playing around with the ideas, but I really feel like this is going to take a while for me to fully comprehend and to be able to be fluent in recognizing this type of code with React components and such. But I do know that Crosshair does use a lot of this stuff. I do see that, right? So let me can I do this? I don't know if I can. You know what? No, I'm not going to do that right now. Okay, so we're going to answer the following questions to check what we've learned in the chapter. So we have a Next.js app that has the following RSC. And you know what? I'm going to bring this up because I think that we lost something here. Lost a bit of the view here. Okay. And you know what? We're going to get rid of that pomodoro thing right now. So actually, oh gosh, how do I do this? I need another condition for this thing, because it's not just that we're in that scene or we're not on there. What I actually want is for when it is not, when it is hidden, I want it to stay hidden. If I manually hide it, it should stay hidden. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. What's the best way to do this? Overlay Pomodoro. I want to add a I could set up a variable. It's set so that when I like manually click on it, but that's not like the hotkey, right? That's hotkey is set to that. What other kind of things do I have here? Current scene is that, or if plugin state, it'll be a stats media, QTT idle hotkey game capture, older watch filter, file display, with a cursor, now with a clipboard audio. Window WebSocket. No, none of these things are going to be. Yeah, I think the only way to really do this, if the what if a hotkey is set? No, not the hotkey. If date and time. Could just do it as that, like if it's after 2 o'clock. So if it's after now, if after there, or the date is after, hide on there on any day. Okay, yeah, we could do that. I'll just do that for now. Just get it out of the way. Okay, we're gonna do these questions here. We have a Next.js app as the following RSC. We have import counter from components counter, export default function home. Okay, and we're returning that counter component. The counter component reads as follows. Import use state from React. Use state from React. Okay, so then we're going to set the state, initialize it to 1 for the count, and then give ourselves a set count function that's going to respond to a click that when we click on it, the previous gets added +1. So the previous count gets incremented, and then we put the count on the button. Okay, a compile error occurs. What's the problem? So the problem there, I think, the problem there, the compile RSC. It doesn't render yet, right? So I don't exactly see, like, we did experience the problem here, but I can't remember what it was. So, gosh, my brain is just so fried from this. What what is the answer? The answer is needs to be a client component because it requires state. However, it's an RSC because it's imported into an RSC file. So the following directive needs to be placed at the top of the file to make it a client component. Counter TSX needs to be a client component. It requires state. Okay. Gotcha. This needs to be a client component. The server doesn't have access to that information. To those variables. Okay, I gotcha. Doesn't RSC run on the client? Does a client component run on the server? RSC run on the client. Doesn't RSC run on the client? No? I think maybe the answer to both of those is no? Let's see. RSC only runs on the server, doesn't run on the client. A client component can run on the server and then be hydrated on the client. Okay. It's still this is as clear as mud to me. We have a following component, but an error occurs when it renders. What's the problem? Use client export async function people list. Constant of people. We're gonna call get people, but we're awaiting. Okay, so this is the problem here. Because you can't run this async as a, you can't run it as a client mod or client component because we're looking for async, right? That I understand. And then in Next.js, is it possible for an RSC to be nested inside a client component? Yes. We saw that. In Next.js, which of the following is not allowed inside an RSC? Fetch, use effect, async and await. Well, wait, what's not allowed inside an RSC? Use effect because it requires state. It's reiterating the first question, but yeah. Or the second question. Or the first question. Or the first question. Okay. Client components can't be asynchronous, so the component can be changed to an RSC if it's imported into an RSC. If it needs to be a client component, the get people call can be made using the use effect hook. And so a simple example is shown here. Use effect get people, then p set people. And then so yes, RSC can be passed into the client component as a property, as a prop. You can't import an RSC into a client component file though. And then the use effect hook is the one that is not allowed because use effect only runs on the client, because I think use effect requires state and stuff like that, right? Or maybe it doesn't, but it needs to run on the client. Okay. Wow, 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 wow. We're up to page 175 of this book. We are almost halfway done with it. And oh my gosh, my brain is fried. Let's update our page 175. Wait. I think it was 190 or something like that. 197. 197. We are on 197. Like that. Okay. Wow. Wow. My brain, it's fried. I got a fried brain. My brain is completely torched. Did we create this on the 25th? Or on the, in July? I don't think we did. I think I got this later. Okay, so we did the technical requirements, understanding SPAs, understanding server components, creating server components, exploring client components, composing server and client components, summary, further reading, questions and answers. My brain is fried. I think that this is all of the review I'm going to do. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to have to call it a day. Let's go to the chat here. Wow. What a lot of stuff. What do we have to look forward to tomorrow? So, yes. Lots done today. We'll review what we've done here a bit tomorrow. We'll look at the notes that we took. And yeah, so let's set up a little bit of what we're doing tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a quiz on CSS pseudo classes and elements. And we are going to look at chapter... Let's see, I need to get a book here. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Creating multi-page apps with Next.js. And that'll probably take a couple days, I think. Unless I just breeze through it. So, that's where we're at. So much to do, so much to learn. Okay. All right. Wait a minute, because we can just review the notes from yesterday. I did leave that, right? And then we did that. Okay, that's what we did. Yes, okay. Okay. Wow. My brain's fried. My brain is completely fried. We've done so much. So... so that's gonna do it. That's gonna do it for day 9 of 90 days of web development. And we are 10% of the way done. 10% done. 1/10. Very nice. So, we couldn't get it done all today. You know, we got so much more to go. But I'm going to be surprised how much I've learned after 90 days. And I hope you do similarly. You'll be surprised what you can accomplish when you do a little bit every day and see how it builds up after a long time. So I'll see you all on Friday, tomorrow, and we'll be back for day 10. So ta-ta for now.